Okay, welcome everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. I think everything's working. Right, so let's bring this. Alright. So what do we have so far, you may be wondering? I'll just load it up. Node server.js. Okay. So what we have so far then is... I need to remember all the commands I need to type into command prompts. It's quite annoying. Okay. We have a login system and an account creation system for the game. We can see who's online or offline. It's half working. But today, we also have a logout. But today we're going to be starting the whole play mode stuff, which is... well, part of it is that's on the whiteboard behind me. So it's going to be quite a long stream today, probably. That's what I'm hoping for most days, to be honest. And yeah, we'll wait and see how things go. And I'm looking forward to sharing this, obviously. So yeah, okay. What are we going to start off by doing? Well, we're going to have to start off by serving the user when we load the main menu with the correct stuff. So sign up form, login screen, verify forms. Where is load main menu? It's menus, isn't it? Okay. So when we load the main menu, we also want to create a new thing as well. So where should we put this? We should put this here. Okay, so we're going to create element div. Give it an ID of play button, I guess. No class. It's going to have an on-click event, which is going to be function enter play mode, and play game. Okay, so let's change the CSS of it as well. So we need to go over here, play button. Right. So we're going to pretty much do something similar to this, I guess. So we've got the background color. We're going to probably set it... want it to be about here-ish, I would imagine. Might have like 4 different buttons or just something anywhere, really. Doesn't actually matter. So for now what we'll do is we'll give it a height of 100 pixels, a width of 200 pixels, a padding of 30 pixels, no that's too much, 20 pixels, and a font size of 50 pixels, line height of 100 pixels. Okay. In fact... No, that is right. Okay, so we should now have a play button active on the home page. So let's launch again. Okay. It would be fine, it's just not quite the right width at the moment, which is fine. We'll set that up. We probably just want to make the font size a bit smaller. Say it's something like 30 instead. And what we'll be doing then is probably work on this play game function, because at the moment we don't actually do anything when we click play game. So a couple of small things, text align center, and the pointer is going to the cursor pointer. I always get that the wrong way around. Okay, so when we click on this button, we call this enter play mode. So function enter play mode. We're probably gonna do a socket emit here, right? I think so. Socket emit. So let's emit player join queue, and over here on the server side, that's not the server part properly. Socket.on. What did we call this? That. Okay. And function. Okay. So when we want the player to join the queue, well, let's just call the socket handler file and do it in there. Join queue. We pass it the do we pass it Mongo client here? No, I don't think we do. We just pass it socket. So in our socket handler, we now need to call another function. We'll do it down here. So this is login queue, wasn't it? No, join queue. Function. And we're going to pass it through the socket which we are trying to do this with. Now we're basically going to have an array. So var game array equals new array. And then down here we're going to say if game array dot length, oh, that wasn't a dot length is 0, then we will just add this user to the queue. Do we add the socket? That's the big question. Yeah, we add the socket to the queue, I think. Yeah, we do. So game array at the position game array dot length is equal to the socket which we're passing. So if this isn't the case, then we are going to start a game between the two users. So we're going to say var op is going to be, well, var user1 equals socket, and var user2 is going to be game array at game array dot length, and var user equals this. Is this the correct way to do this? We should probably use just a dot push. Game array dot push. No, actually I prefer this way. So we have the two user sockets now, and we need to, well, this should actually not be called game array, should it? It should be called queue array. Okay, and we need to now do queue array dot splice at the queue array dot length position. No, this should just be the queue array dot length position for 1. So we delete the user 2 here. from the array, and we now are going to add them to the game array, which I probably should have just left up here. Var game array is a new array. Okay. Eventually we will need to require the Mongo client here, because we are gonna probably get stuff from the server, but for now we'll just do it like this. This will be fine for now. So we're going to do game array.length. I'm thinking ahead of myself here. So we're going to say then that the game array at the position game array.length dot push a game object. So we're going to say here var game is an object. So user1 is equal to user1. I believe this is meant to be like this. User2 is user2. Okay. These are both also going to be arrays actually. So, okay. So what we'll do is we'll say here then that this is an array and that user2 is also an array, and then we're going to say here then that the socket is user1, username is equal to socket dot username, and we're going to say here then that deck is just going to be 1. Actually, we should probably reference a variable there as well. So we'll copy this, paste this. User2 won't be the socket.username, it will be user2.username. So here we may as well just use user1.username for continuity. So we have our two users in our game. Let's just double check that this works, I guess. And once we've got this, we'll do a console.log game array 0 for now. Okay, so we need to restart the server. No issues there upon doing that. We also probably need to open up a second version of this. So we've got two different users that can both play a game. Oh, we've got issues. Oh yeah, deck 1 is not defined. Okay, if that's the only issue so far though, then I'm pretty happy. Var deck1 equals new array, and we'll just restart the server and restart the clients. Annoyingly, I should have probably enabled some form of editing mode, which will probably happen in the next few days. Test, play game, user2.username cannot read username of undefined, so there's an issue. Oh no, it was here. Issue reading username of user2. Okay, so here we're saying then that the Q array at the position Q array.length is equal to the socket of the user. And our socket should have a username as I defined earlier. We're saying that user2 is the thing that's undefined, so that might be my issue here. I guess it's a reference to something which no longer exists. Therefore I guess we move this down to here and see if that works. That may not actually be the thing causing the issue here, but that's a kind of like a reference that no longer exists, I suppose. So it's not exactly good code. So let's log into both of these. Still can't read the property user2 here. Right. So what if we do a console.log of user2? Well, it will just say undefined, won't it? Which is a little bit interesting. So the QArray at QArray.length. Oh, yeah. I see my issue here. -1. Because, yeah, this will always be in the position before the current length. Okay, that was my issue. Just me being stupid again. Okay, let's open up these. The server crashed, so they've got loads of errors, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, play game. Cannot read property push of undefined in the game array. Of course we can't. We just need to do gameArray.pushGame. Okay. That should now work, and when we play game, that was an error. Oh, okay. I didn't think they worked if I loaded it up after I... Alright, so we've got game here, we've got the user1, we've got the socket is equal to their socket, which is cool. Their username is equal to whatever their username is, and they are both... Oh, hang on. That's interesting. There is an error somewhere because both of the sockets hit... Yep, that'll be why, because I'm being stupid again. I was going to say, they're both saying that their username is test, but they're not both test. Okay, so that'll work, so we'll leave that again for now, and we'll just enter in their deck. So this is going to be interesting. No, we just need to have here, right, we need to create a new file and save it as, it's going to be server side, so cards.js, and we're going to have module exports here. So I just have to do require this, copy, paste, save, do this, but actually this should be over here. So this is going to be decks, no, cards, and we're going to find the cards. It's in the same folder, so we should just be able to do this. So we require cards.js, and then we're going to say var deck1 equals cards.deck1, and we're going to do here module.exports, I believe, and then create this as an object. Yep. And we're going to have here deck1, no, var deck1. Oh, we can't do that. We actually have to do it like that. Is an... Oh, I always love this part because it always confuses the crap out of me. Let me just take a coffee here. Okay, well for now what we need to do is we need to have a way of having all of our cards. We would need to create these above this export, I believe. So we're gonna say then that class cards. How did I do this before? Oh, okay. I will actually just copy this over, I believe, because this is probably a much better way of doing it. And then we'll just do this. Copy, close that. And then we'll say here, we've got all these different cards. This is just placeholder stuff for now, so it doesn't actually matter. So then we're going to say then that deck 1 is an array and is going to contain card 1, card 1. Now the other issue here is that I have to handle something else. So minion deck 1. And we'll copy this and paste here, and we'll say util deck 1. So this will be our minion deck. I shouldn't use min because that is a sort of decent word to say for minimum. And we now need to just do minion deck 1 and util deck 1. Minion deck 1 and util deck 1 will be the two things we export here. So we have 2 copies of card 1. For now let's just do 1 copy of each card. Okay, and then here we're just going to have card 11, card 12, card 13, etc. This part's a bit boring, I apologise for that. But we should be pretty much there. And we hopefully now, this is something I'll have to check. Well, let's just change this as well then. So minion deck is equal to minion deck 1, and util deck is util deck 1, and we'll copy and paste this down to here. So both users are going to have the same deck, that's fine. So let's restart the server. Cannot find module cards.js, so is it /cards.js? Nope, cannot find module /cards.js. ./cards.js? There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, because it's from the root directory. My bad. Okay, so let's open up these. And we have login. Okay. Seems good. In case you guys are wondering, we currently have this, which is giving us the objects in each of these arrays. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, that should be all fine. Awesome. So that's what we're getting through there, just to show you guys that I'm not just fluffing it. Most of the time, at least. So now that we have that, we probably need to stop just shouting it out and actually emit something back to the user or users. We should do user1.emit and user2.emit, and we're going to emit to them both game starts game started, and we're also going to emit socket.emit up here, and this is going to be Q entered. And this is going to be game started. Now we could pass through a couple of different things here. In fact, we're probably just going to call an external function here anyway, since we're going to be doing a lot of different stuff. How do I want to handle this? Yeah, we probably just make a call to an external again here, which is handling the game stuff. Let's work on this bit first here though. So socket.on. What was it called? Q entered. We're going to create a function, and what we'll do here then is we will call a load Q entered, and this is literally just going to show some form of like notification that the login queue has been entered by this user. I don't think we would pass anything to that I can think of at least. No, I don't think so. So what we will do then is in the menus here, we'll create a function, and it's called load queue entered. And we'll just create a new element, and it will be a div. It will just have the ID of queue notification. No class, no function. In a HTML, it's just saying you are now in queue. We're going to append this to the main container, and it hasn't got a value. Okay. The only other thing that I would do here is I would change the play button's visibility. So document.get element by ID. Actually, we could literally just say in queue. That's probably the better way to do it. Document.get element by ID, play button dot inner HTML is going to just be set to searching for a game, and then we're also going to do document.get element by ID play button dot on click is nothing, because we don't want it to have an on click again. Okay, so that should work now. I did just want to do this game started thing. I just wanted to do a socket.on game started function. We're not going to pass anything through just yet because this is just a holder for now. So show game has started temp. That's something I want to copy because it's a pain. Function functino, and we'll just do, well, let's just do document.get element by ID play button dot inner HTML equals found a game. Okay, and also just, well, this is literally temporary. Alright, let's restart the server. Let's close Electron down there. And down there. Oh, why? Okay. And let's open up a double header of Electron. Test, log in. So we're currently searching for a game. So if we log in as the other user now, you can click play game here. We've both got found a game. Woo! Awesome. Okay, so now that we've found a game, we just probably want to present the user with a new screen. So we'll actually get rid of this function for now. Show the user the game start, the game board, etc. We won't do that just yet though, because we have to handle a load of other things on the server side here, as I was alluding to earlier. So let's call GameX dot start game, and we'll pass through the game array. In fact, we can just pass in game here because we've got a representative kind of the game object that is in the game array. Actually, how would I do this? Instead, what I would do is I would pass through the game array.length, because then I know where this game is in that array, because we're going to be able to access that array. So var GameMex equals require dot slash game mechanics dot js, and new save as game mechanics dot js. Okay. Now that we have this, we need to create a function start game. So module dot exports is this. Start game is a function where we'll do something. And here we're also going to say that we take in game array position. So what we'll do here then is we'll say var game equals game array dot in the position game array position. Okay. Okay. I've just realised what I might be doing stupidly here. I'm not streaming in a section or anything. I'm a bit of an idiot. Such an idiot. Soul's day 1. Soul Sorcerers development play mode. Let me just do this then. Why is it not changing my title? Okay. Nope, that didn't work. Must be Twitch supported language. What? Okay, now I'm really confused. Okay, so I had to change it to Danish. Now I just set it back to English, I guess. Okay, there we go. Apologies for that. Small delay. Okay. So what we want to do then, now that we've done this, so we've got this start game function, and at the start of the game, yep, we're there now. So currently, if you were interested, on the board back here, we are now here. Not that that helps you because you can't see it, but yeah. Okay. Where is my mouse? There it is. Okay. So now what we want to do is draw cards from both decks. Okay, so we're going to enter the mulligan phase. Okay, so we're going to say here then, we're going to call a draw card function. Now, okay, we're going to do it separately though, so we're going to say here, draw first cards. No, what do we call this part of the game? We would call this like the load hands. I'll pass through the game again here, and at the top we'll say function load hands game. Okay, so we will do, well, what we actually need to do is we need to say here, oh, okay, minion hand is just an empty array, and util hand is just an empty array as well. So we'll do copy and paste. Okay. Then what we're going to need to do is over here, we're going to say draw cards. So draw 4 cards from each deck. Okay. So we're going to call a draw card function. And what this is going to do is it's going to, well, first off, we really should shuffle hands. So shuffle a hand. Okay, so we're going to have to call shuffle hand a couple of times here. Well, I guess we could do this for both users. Okay. How would I want to handle this? Well, I guess we could just manually do it for now and then save on doing stuff later. Okay. So whatever we do for one user, we're doing for the other right now. So we may as well just do it like this. So we're going to do this with the hand. Right, okay. When we call shuffle hand, we're going to pass it, well, shuffle deck, they should say. We're going to pass it the game. I guess we just pass it the game object. No, we'll pass it game.user1 and game.user2. And user1 and user2 here give us loads of different things, which is good. So okay, so how do I handle this on the previous game? Don't know why it does. Oh, I guess I just need to put it over here. So let's do find shuffle. It's not in there. Then it must be on the server one. Find shuffle. Okay. This is the Fisher-Yates shuffle, so we're going to use this. Okay, so we're just going to actually cut that and put it over here. Right. So we pass this literally just the array, so that's fine. So we just want to call then shuffle user dot minion deck, and then we want to call shuffle user dot util deck, which then shuffles both of those arrays, and then we are going to draw cards, I guess. Since we now shuffled both users, both decks of both users, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So now the draw card function. This is going to be the interesting part. So we're going to just pass it the user, I guess. So the same thing as over here. So copy, paste. Copy, paste. Okay. So how are we going to do this drawing of the cards? So we're going to do var position to draw from is going to be equal to a math.ceiling of a math.random times by user dot well, the other issue here, right, hang on. So we should also do this a certain number of times. So we're going to say here then 3 times for both of these users. Now, the thing that we should also do here then is say which deck to do this from. We'll pass it both. So we're going to say here deck, and we're going to pass here number. Right. So we're going to say then for I equals 0, I is less than num, I plus plus, we're going to draw from certain things. So you're going to say if deck is not equal to so if the deck is not equal to minion, then we will draw utils, and we're also going to pretty much do this same thing again, but we're going to say if it's not equal to utils, we're going to draw minions. So when we call both, we're going to do this, which is kind of cool, I guess. Okay. So once we have done that, well, we actually need to draw these. So we're going to use that thing that we pasted, which I forgot to actually keep. Right. Okay. So we're going to draw a random, pick a random index. So var position is going to be equal to a math.ceiling of a math.random times by utils user.util deck 1 dot length. So the length of the utilities deck of the user, and we're going to ceiling that, which is good. So this will give us, so if we have 20 cards in our hand, this will give us a number between 0 and 1 times by a number up to 20. Yep, that should be fine. Then what we're going to do is we are going to say that we are going to add this to the user's hand. So user.util hand.push user.util deck 1 in the position pos is going to be pushed into the hand, and then we're going to say that user.util deck 1.splice. So we're going to splice this deck in the position pos for 1, and that should pretty much do the drawing. So now all we need to do here is copy this, put it down here, and change util to minion deck 1. Okay, copy, paste, and minion hand.push this. Okay, so we've then drawn the cards. I0, yep, okay. And we're going to do here then, we no longer handle our socket emits here, so I should have done those here, I think. Should I not? Yeah. So we're gonna do game.user1.socket.emit test hand drawn, and we're going to pass this the game.user1.minion hand and the game.user1.util hand, and we're going to do the same thing but for the user 2. So we'll save that, and then we need to actually handle this test hand drawn. So socket.on test hand drawn. We're going to do a console.log of, oh, hang on, what are we passing this? Oh, it's over here. Minion hand and util hand. That wasn't the only thing we were passing it though, was it? Oh, it was. Okay. So minion hand and util hand. Okay. So let's break the server. Oh, okay. Server's working. That can't be good. Okay, so test. We'll click him to play for a game, and we'll log in as this user and click play game. There's the first error issue. Game array is not defined. I thought this would work. Crap. So game mechanics are game array isn't defined. That's kind of annoying. Because I don't actually want to. Why don't I just do... Well, the thing is though, we're going to have to reference this, which is kind of the point of referencing the game array. So this isn't referenceable. What if I just put this game array in the server up here? That might work. Okay. Shut down both of the Electron shells at the moment. Okay. So test and where's test? And let's play the game. Game array is not defined on server socket handler now. 120. Okay. How do we handle this then? So what if we handle the game array and game mechanics and just have it as a as an export? That would probably work better, wouldn't it? So game array is just an empty array. Okay. So we probably need to do this up here. That shouldn't be semicolon. Right, so we've got this game array that we're passing upwards now. So whenever we reference game array, we need to say gamex.gamearray, gamex.gamearray.length, which I believe should now work. However, I think this is wrong. What I think I need to do here is say var game array equals new array, and then pass this game array is just equal to the game array. Maybe. Let's have a see. Let's close both electrons. Oh, let's just cancel that. Let's just do it by hand. Alright. Electron. Open up. Test. Where's test? Okay. We have the issue of game.user1 in shuffle deck. Cannot read property user1 of undefined. So that is in here, line 2. So when we do load hands, which is from here. We pass this the game array in the game array position, and here we pass this in. So maybe this shouldn't have those. So we have a reference here to the game array. Was I right in having this as just that? I think I was. I think that's still fine. Now the issue is we are unable to pass this the correct game. Is that because of something in here? GameX.GameArray.PushGame. Let's have a see then what this does. Oh. So let's close Electron. Right. Welcome to everyone new to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the first day of Sorcerers stream. Loads of information below. If you're not sure on anything, then let me know. Yeah, we're doing a new channel for the game. I'm aiming to do a lot of stuff on the new channel, etc. Matty. So yeah, welcome by the way. Hope you're doing alright. Game array is not defined in game mechanics line 48. Game array is not defined. Well, I suppose that's why then we needed to have that. Oh, this is just getting really silly now, isn't it? Okay. So, how am I going to use this global game array? On the server side, that is. What is the issue that we're currently facing? Why do we not want this on the on here? So why is that undefined? Because I guess we need to have here var game array equals new array done, and then say this is the game array, so that we're actually referencing this. And so that this actually has a call to go to that. That would be my thought process, but my thought process is often wrong. Doop. Test, play game. Cannot read user 1 of undefined. So the game array and the game array position. So I guess we should really be testing here. What is this? So, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot I can even do that in this. Right, console.log paste, because we seem to be having an issue with that. So let's start the server up. So this is returning 1. I think I know what my issue is, and it's because I'm an idiot. Yes, it is. I forgot to do the -1 thing again. Because obviously when we're reading a length, it's not showing us the position in the array of that thing. Okay, that will fix our problems, and we should hopefully be error free, but I'm sure there's an error somewhere. Cannot read property length of undefined. So that's on the util deck 1. User.util deck 1. That's because this isn't a util deck 1, it's just a util deck. This is a minion deck. So all of these are in fact wrong. Okay. So we'll have to see what this does and how this all goes. Okay. Okay, so we've got objects. So we have 3 things in our hand. Here we go. We have 3 things in our hand. We're getting a 999 minion, a 111 minion, and an 888 minion here. And then we're getting... oh, there we go. We've got a null there. And I know exactly why. So this here shouldn't be a math.ceiling. Sorry, no, it's not there. It's over here. Where is it? No, it is here. We should be doing a math.floor since 0 is a thing. So we just change this to a math.floor of whatever this gives us. And we need to do the same here. And then we should never run into some null issues, which we could have run into, and we did run into there on the first go. It's a good job we ran into it on the first go, otherwise I would have thought that everything was fine until later on when I screwed things up. Okay. We've got 3 objects. Whoops. And 3 objects. 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5, 9, 9, 9. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so now the only thing I need to do is, that I've just remembered, we shouldn't be giving each user their own deck, we should be giving each user their opponent's deck. So when we emit this, we should here be swapping this. So let's make a comment here. Note, this is the point at which we swap the users so that they have their opponent's hand. This isn't the right place to do that, actually. We should probably be doing this. We need to change their decks, is when we need to do it. So that's all the way back on here. Right. Actually, we don't need to do this at the moment because both users have the same deck. But this is the tricky part. Okay, so we'll add this as a to-do up here. To do. Later on, we will be grabbing the user decks from the database, and this should be the point where we should make sure that the users are assigned their opponent's minion decks. Okay, cool. So that's that part kind of sorted out at the moment then. So I guess what we need to do is start working on the actual display of these things. So let's just, well, yeah. Where do we get this from? Test hand drawn. It's probably from here. Yep, test hand drawn. Okay. So we need to pass the users now. Send hands of users and show them the mulligan screen. Okay. So this here should show us how do I want to do this? So we're going to have a function which shows us the board, obviously. Now, do I want to repeatedly call this same function with different phases at which we are at? Probably not. Or possibly. If we literally just are passing the user, hey, you've got a new hand, I'm going to call this function whenever you get something new in your hand in order to update your hand, I guess that could work. So I guess we have an update hand function, and we have a update board option as well. And we need a show board option. Okay. So this here should be start game. Although this is called the start game itself, so actually no, we're not passing it a function though, are we? Start game. So I guess we could pass in the whole of the user objects for both users. No, that's risky. We could pass in the whole of the user that is currently doing stuff. No, that's not the best way of doing things either. So we pass them their hands. This is all we pass them at this point. We probably want to pass them their opponent's name so that they can see who they're against. So game.user2.username and game.user1.username. And then obviously they can see who they're against. I think that's all we need to really do for now. I mean, we're going to obviously have health and stuff like that for each of the users' sorcerers, but we're not going to pass any of that information just yet. I don't think. No. Okay. So when we are on the start game function, we're going to pass in these two plus op username. Okay. And what we're going to do is load game board, load hand. So we're going to load the game board. We're going to load the hand of each of the user, load the hands. Okay, so this one here is going to take in the opponent username, and this one's going to take in the minion hand and the util hand. Okay. So we have the menus here. I guess we kind of want to make our own, make another one where we can do game.js or something along those lines. So copy paste game.js, make a new file, save it as game.js, and we're going to need to load these two functions. Okay, so function load game board in op username and function load hands, passing in these two things, are going to be our main functions in this file at the moment. So to load the game board, we're going to clear the I've closed the file, haven't I? We're going to set the main container. Yeah, we're basically going to do this in game.js. We're going to move this over here. Okay, so we're going to set the inner HTML to be of the main container to be nothing, and then we're going to create a load of elements, I guess. So create element div with the ID of, let's just make each user's hands at the moment. That's probably going to be the best way of doing it. So this one's going to be minion hand. It's going to not have a class, nor an onClick. Inner HTML is going to be nothing as well for now. Having to remember this all by heart is quite difficult. Should probably just load it up. Oh, it wasn't in menus. It is in... What's this file? I don't need this file. Delete. Okay. Startup, is it? Here we go. Class name, onClick, inner HTML, appends to, and input. Okay. So we're going to append this to the main container. And it's not going to have something here. Okay. So we're going to enter the minion hand, and actually no, we're not going to do that here. We're going to do this down here. Not a good morning so far. I've been a bit sloppy at the moment. But okay, let's try and do this now. So we're going to want to put in the username of the user, or of the opponent and the user. I should have thought about that. We need to pass the user their own username as well. So game dot user1 dot username. This one here is going to pass in the game user2 dot username first, because obviously that's going to be their name, and we're going to handle these the same. So client socket here, we need to pass in own username. Own username. Oh. And right. Own username needs to go up here. Okay, so we're going to create the element here, which is going to be username container, and they're both going to have that as their class actually. And this is going to be own username container and op username container, and they're both going to have this like that, and add it to the main container like this. Okay. We're just going to need to now do the CSS of stuff really. So username container down here as a class. So the class username container is going to have a height of 100 pixels, a width of 200 pixels, a position that is fixed, a left of 0, well, the top's going to depend, so I should probably leave that, a line height of 100 pixels, a text align. I think I prefer the center for these, and maybe a padding of like 10 pixels. Oh. And then we're going to do own username container is going to have a top of probably about 80%, and op username container is going to have a top of about 20%. Okie dokie. Okay, this one's going to obviously be the util hand. We're probably going to just add a class here of hand, because that's going to make things easier. So if we pass this the hand, we're going to have a slightly darker background color. For now, we'll just put this as this, because we're also going to put this here. So we've got that background color now. It's going to have a height of 200 pixels and a width of 200 pixels and a position fixed with a bottom of 0. And then if it's own, hash own, is it own hand? Oh yeah, it depends. Minion hand is gonna have a left of 0, and instead of minion hand, its util hand is gonna have a right of 0. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? I probably want to change this width value to probably about 400 pixels. And now we can probably see where this is going to bug out. We should probably leave that open. Play game. Play game. Okay, so this is what it gives us at the moment. Not great. Especially when this doesn't have an inner HTML like I should have set, but I forgot. So this one should have, is this the right way around? Startup.js. Inner HTML is the second one, so this one should be own username. This one should be op username. Okay. That will then set those up. Now what I need to do is change these, so I'll probably just put them as, I don't know, I need to make them smaller as well. Width of like 100 pixels, like half the size is probably going to be a lot better for these. And we'll probably change this to be like, I don't know, 75 and 25. That'll probably be about enough to stop them from clashing into the hands. So let's have a C. Yeah, that should be okay for now. Let's reload these. Test. Play game. Oh! I shouldn't have gone into a game there. Okay. I just need to work on why that happens. I probably need to restart the server. That's probably my issue here. So this should probably be 70 then, and this should be about 30. And that should do. Okay. Okay. So we have this now, which is looking okay. I probably do want to move these up though, just because they're a little bit in the way at the moment. I may even just move this over, because that's probably going to be the better way of doing things, and just have like another container that sort of limits it. Apart from that though, we're looking pretty okay. We're just going to have to obviously display the cards properly here now. I'm not going to focus too much on those right now, but there'll be a thing that we do. So before I quickly go and have lunch, let's just do this as like 10%, and this is about 90%. We then want to have this here have a left of about 10%. Actually, we should probably just have this as a fixed thing, so like 120 pixels, and that should be okay as far as I'm concerned. Now these are both going to go straight into a new game, so I should actually be able to just test by doing this. Not quite. Oh, I guess the issue is that the right one at the moment isn't happening too well. We can probably make these smaller as well. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll just make the hands a bit smaller and this have a bit more of a left margin. So let's quickly change these then. So we probably only want it to be about half of what it is at the moment, because it's just ridiculous how much this is. We'll change that to 150. We'll restart the server. Ooh. Thank you, Just Vasiliev. First follow. Thank you very much for following, and thank you very much. Hope you stick around and are enjoying the stream. Oh, that scared the crap out of me though. Right, where's this? Log in. Boop. Much appreciated, my man. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine. It's just that this one's obviously coming over when we make it smaller. If we do it like this, this is fine. Can possibly move this up a little bit as well, since we probably just we should make this a bottom percentage rather than having it as a top percentage up here. Top 90%, we just do bottom 10%. Why did I not think of that? That's so much easier. Okay. Well, that's most of that done at the moment then. I'm going to go for a quick lunch break. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. If that. New coffee. At the moment, we are working on the play game. We're just gonna, after lunch, we're probably gonna create the little cards. I'm just gonna have them as little things in the hand at the moment. Because we're not actually going to have much art to them currently, and then we're going to ask the users for their mulligan. So we're actually quite a way through. I don't know if you can see behind me. We're about there. I don't know whether that actually displays properly, but yeah, I'll be right back. I will try and be as quick as possible whilst grabbing some lunch. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, welcome back. So, we are now going to be working on the mulligan phase. So, we start the game I want to do it this way. Actually, okay, so we're gonna load a button. We're gonna make this a thing. Load button. Button to load. If button to load is mulligan, then we'll do something here. Okay, so we'll create element div button, and this is going to be the confirm mulligan button. It's just going to have a button class. No, in fact, we won't even have a class for it. It needs an on click though, and the on click is going to be confirm mulligan. Append this to the main container and pass it nothing there. Okay. So we're going to call load button with the button to load to be mulligan. We're going to make this actually this should be here, and then this should say confirm mulligan. Okay. Now when we load the hands, we also need to render the cards. So here, render cards. Okay, and we're going to pass this the minion hand first. In fact, we'll just pass this, in fact we need to pass it minion hand, and then we need to pass it minions. We'll do pretty much the same down here, except we'll say util hand and utils. So function render cards is going to take in the hand and the type. Okay, now what we're going to do, so this here we should say var append to equals type plus the string hand. In fact, this should have a capital H, and then we can choose which one of these two it appends to, and we're then actually passing it the minion and the util here. Okay, so we will do a create element div, apologies for the dogs, cards. Oh. In that card null, double selected, passing it this.id. We're not going to have anything inside. We're going to add this to the append to, and null. Okay, now we're going to do this for each card in the hand. So we should say for I equals 0, I is less than hands.length, I plus plus, create the hand here, and then we'll say create element here, which is a p tag, which is going to have this as card name, no ID, no on click, inner HTML of hand I. So dot name, hand I dot name, card 1, yeah, dot name. It's going to be appended to the, well actually this should have card plus I, and this should have the string card, and we're going to append this to the card with the ID card plus I. Null. Okay. So now that we've got this, we're now going to copy it pretty much, and then do the same for card cost. Should do this again. Dot cost card attack and card defense. Okay, all of this is being passed to the same card. We just need to do a load of CSS stuff then, basically. And I think that will actually be done then. We just need to call this function on toggle select. So function toggle selected item ID. We'll do it like that. And we'll say we want to get the class name. So var classes equals document.get element by ID item ID dot class name. So actually we don't need to do that. Actually, yeah, we do. We should just say if the class name of this item if document.getItem by ID class name is equal to selected, then we do this equals class name is nothing, else we actually set it to selected. Okay. Right. So we either set or don't set the selected to each of this or each of these, and that should make things a lot easier for confirming the mulligan. Okay. So now all that we need to do is do the CSS of this all. So hash confirm mulligan is just going to be height 100 pixels, width 100 pixels, actually no, width of like 250 pixels, background color of the general color, that we are using, and then this will basically be our text color. This is what we want. Okay. So then we've got our thing here, our button. Do I really want to make that a button? I could just make it a div. I might just do div here. Yeah. So then when we do this, we'll just say pointer, cursor pointer, and then we have our confirm mulligan button. Then we need to do the card or cards. Card. So that's a dot card. Has a height of, let's say, 100 pixels. How big is the hand? Oh, okay. Let's do a padding of 20 then. Let's do padding of 10 pixels actually. So this is going to have a height of this. We should probably also set the line height of this, therefore, to be 100 pixels. This is going to have a height of 100 pixels, a width of 100 pixels at the moment, a background color. In fact, I think I've got it on paste. No, I haven't. Background color of hash 263238. Okay. I guess a margin of about well, margin left, let's say, of 5 pixels. Okay, so the hand's width is 200 pixels. I think we're making this quite big actually. What if I set a width of, say, 70 pixels? Because like our cost and stuff like that aren't actually going to be massive. Well, the thing is, alright, let's do this to 50 pixels then, and then just set a margin left of 5 pixels. So let's set this to 40 actually. Okay, that should be fine for now. Enough playing with magic numbers. Then let's let's do card name, card cost, card attack, card defense. Card name, we're going to do a font size of like 10 pixels at the moment, just to make sure that everything's working. A margin left of 0, a float left, I guess. In fact, we could just do a display inline block, and then we can do the card cost. We'll have a font size of 10 pixels, margin left of, well, actually we don't need to set the margin left, we'll just do a display inline block. And well, let's see what this comes out like. I guess we can only try. Card attack, font size 10 pixels. I guess what we could do for this is say height is 10 pixels, width is 10 pixels, and then say margin left is 30 pixels. Then this, we can say height of 10 pixels, a width of 10 pixels, margin left of 0 pixels, display inline block, and basically the same thing again for card defense, except we're going to have a margin left of 30 pixels, but I feel like this is actually going to be 20, so I'm going to change that for both of these. And let's have a look what these will look like, because I'm fairly sure I've screwed something up somewhere along the line, because that's what I'm good at doing. Okay, let's see these. I've just realised though, we haven't actually put anything in these. Oh, actually we have. Oops, we were fine. Alright, let's do this. So test, play game, and then where's test, log in, play game. Okay, so we've got the confirm mulligan. This is interesting. Right. Yeah. Oh, I think I know one thing that's the issue here then. Alright, so this is the minion hand. Card 0 has taken up the whole width for some reason. Is here. Oh, can I not change that? Okay. Display inline block. Okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, that's just the hand. Oh no, that's inherited, okay. Why has this not worked then? Oh, it doesn't have a class. Why doesn't it have a class? Should it have a class? Yeah, it should have a class. It should have class card. What is going on there? Okay. So the class should be equal to card. Why is that not being set here then? Oh, wrong one. There we go. What's going on? Okay. Well, let's try this again then. Right. Let's make the hands a bit bigger, because this is a bit silly at the moment. So 200 by 400. Then we can double the size of these cards, like 200 height by 80 wide. So then the card name, oh crap, card name, main container, minion hand, card, card name. So that is 40 by 200 on its own. Why? Because I haven't set a height and width of it. Okay, so I need to set a height and width of this card name as well. So it should have a height of 10 pixels and a width of, let's say, 70 pixels. Okay. Now let's try restarting these. Oh, hang on, yep, I just realised this will work for now. Ah, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. When we're doing this toggle selected, okay, that should fix that issue of us not doing stuff. Okay, well there was some form of issue there, but I don't know what that's the issue of. What on earth has gone wrong here? Cannot read property name of null. Line 24. So hand I dot name. So render cards takes in the minion hand or the util hand. Hand I dot name. So the minion in this position in the hand, or the thing in this position in the hand. So let's do a quick console.log hand up here and just have a double check what goes on there, because then we can probably find out what's going wrong. Null, null, null. Perfect. So why is that happening? Render cards hand, load hands minion hand. Load hands minion hand. So let's do a quick here, console.log minion hand, because I'm fairly sure this part was working before. So console.log minion hand, test, test, play game. So we never actually got this console.log here. I wonder if it's because we haven't restarted the server yet. That might be what I need to do. And we need to load up the other one now. Where's test? Okay, yeah, it was that was the issue. Okay. So we can now go to our minion hand here. We have one card here which seems to have experienced some issues. Oh, we are doing this wrong. That's a small issue. So the card name is meant to be there, but it's not. Why? I might need to set margin top to 0 of this. Let's try that. Margin top 0. Does this have some weird padding? Nope. Does have line height 100 though. There we go. So we have petite minion. We have its cost in the wrong place. Display inline block. Come on. Margin left should be like 80 pixels now, I think. And then we may as well just add a margin top of negative 20 pixels. Okay, maybe a bit more. There we go. I think that made it move. Card cost. No, that's a different thing that moved. Float left. So, okay. Well, first let's find out why this is happening. I think I know why. I think I know why we're having issues there. Okay. So when we render cards, actually, maybe I don't know why. So we create an element here, the minion hand, and then we render our cards. Append to type plus hand. Why are we getting both of these in the same place? Because that doesn't quite make sense to me. Let's play with the one that hasn't been played with. So in our util, I know. Right. It's because this. Right. So what we need to do then is here we should just write type plus I. No. Type plus card plus I. And then we just copy that and put it here. Because at the moment this thing here isn't working properly because we're trying to append it these to just card 0. So actually this gets all of its CSS from just card, doesn't it? So that should be fine then. So let's reload these. And let's just end the server for a second because that makes this a lot easier. And drink some coffee. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, everything is being added properly now. So this thing needs to lose its line height. So all cards, oh no, everything from hand seems to be getting that line height. Okay, we'll do that then. But this still doesn't solve our issue here. So this card cost. WebKit margin before. Right, hang on. So if display inline block is working to an extent, so card cost has to have, yeah. If we remove this margin left, it works, doesn't it? Yeah, kind of. And then if we set margin top to -20 pixels or something, that doesn't work. Okay. So I think it's because this is, yeah. How can we stop this from going onto 2 lines? Well, I guess we could just show them the name above it. So if we just set this to 80 pixels, so it's actually happening as we want it to, and then this to have a margin left of 70 pixels. Okay. So this card here we can see costs 6 and has a certain name. And then its attack and defense both just need to have a margin top. So let's just say 120 pixels maybe? Yeah, 120 pixels. Right. So what we need to do, I can't remember all the things I just did now. This needs to have a margin top of 120 pixels. This needs to have a margin left that is more, so the width of a card is 80 pixels. 80, 70, 60 pixels. The card name should just have a width of 80 pixels. The card cost should have a margin left of 70 pixels. That should work, therefore, as I want it to, I think. Okay. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. See there's a lot of new people in the chat, I think. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome to the first day of Sorcerers development on Twitch. Right. So now we just need to make sure that our cards, so here, this should have a display inline block. Okay, so you see these are all working together now, and we have our sort of stats and our spells, kind of. Obviously these are going to be different, so I need to actually probably make this a bit different as well, but that's fine. Okay. So let's just give each card then a different background colour, so maybe a background colour. Oh, we've got a different background colour, but it's the same as the other one. I'm sure I had a different colour here. Let's use this one. Copy. For the background of the cards. And then these will be okay. We should probably just add a border of 1 pixel solid #ECEFF1. Okay. That should be about it, I think. For the minion cards, our issue comes when we have utilities. So what we should do here then is we should put this in here and say if type is equal to minion, we do this, else we do fairly similar, but we want to cards. We want to do this dot name. Oh yeah, that's interesting. We have the name, the cost. What was the numeric? Okay, well we also have to do another if then. So we do if and I dot type is spell. Is it capital S? It is. Then we do something different, so if it's not. So let's cut this first and paste this. Okay. So if it's a spell, we're going to do the card name, the card cost, and then we're just going to add a card text. So card text, and this is going to say deal. In fact, we should do it differently. Hang on. So we can just say this. So numeric effect. So hand I dot numeric plus space plus the effect. Else we're gonna do fairly similar to this actually. So we'll use this one, and we're going to do name, cost, attack. I believe is a thing for weapons, right? We use attack? No, we use numeric, and then we use durability. So numeric and durability. So numeric and durability. Okay, so this is going to say card none, and this one's going to say card duh. And then card text, it's going to have a background color of the white that we use and a color of the bluish color that we use. A width of 60 pixels, margin left of 10 pixels, and that should be just about it. Maybe a height of 30 pixels, and then a text align center. Right, let's see how that works. Restart the server and do this. Okay. We forgot to do the card needs inline block. Display inline block, and then close this guy and reload here, and we should have our cards. So test. Where's test? Okay. So why do these ones have a higher margin top? That's a little bit strange. So these are the spells, aren't they? What would be causing them to go down like that? What if I changed this? So it's not that fact. It's something else. So it's probably the fact that it's got this card text in it. Interesting. Interesting. So our spells have got an issue at the moment where they're being displayed lower. Why? Right, this is a bit of a strange one. It could just literally be because they have this card text in them at the moment. So what happens if we just remove that and we just put then that the card has the no, we couldn't say that the card has the inner HTML of that. Card text equals this plus that. What if we just do this? Well, actually no, what we'd want to do is say hash card text has just a height of 20 pixels, a display inline block, and a font size of 10 pixels. I also want to do text align center. Okay, let's give this a go. We only need to load up one since we currently have a bit of a bug. Well, that's just screwed everything up. Cannot read property name of null because we actually do need to restart the server now because we've got some issues. And load up a game on each. Do. Okay, this person's only got weapons, so that's not entirely useful. Yeah, this spell still has a weird margin at the top. I can't figure out exactly why that is. Do I need like a margin top of minus 30 pixels? Well, that makes everything do that. No, it's just util card 1. So why is that? A little confusing. Is it because it doesn't know this? Right, we'll just do this until we actually find... What? So why is it that this one's the only one that's down here then? What's wrong with this? What if I do float left? Apparently the spells just need float left. Interesting. So how do I make sure that that is the case? Well, then what we do here then is we say document .get element by ID type plus string card plus I dot style equals, and we'll do plus equals float of left. So then let's close these, open one up over here, and this should now work. Yeah, they all work now. Okay, it's kind of interesting. Now the only other thing I needed to do, util hand, util card 1, card text here. Does this actually have a fixed width? It doesn't. So what if I do margin left is auto and margin right is auto? Nothing. The only other thing I could do is set each card to have a text align center, but I don't think that's going to be what I want. Tell you what, it's not bad. We'll do that. Each card's going to have a text align center now. So text align center. Okay. So let's restart the server and load up a couple of new fresh faces to the scene. And now we should have what we want. So play a game. Boom. Okay. Okay, so our spells do still have an issue. That's kind of strange. So it was just because they were all spells before. So if I have a spell and a weapon, the spell ends up down like this. That's really strange. Is it that strange? I suppose not really, right? Right. So, what is causing this issue? Is it because it's got a different amount of P tags? I wouldn't expect so. We're appending it to the same thing. Can't work this out. Why are they displaying lower? Do they ever display higher, I suppose, is another question as well. Okay, let's just load up another version here. Okay. Let's set out to work on this then. So float left. See, float left says it works here. That's really strange. Unless it just wasn't working here. That could be our only other kind of issue that could have arisen. Test, log in, play game. Because that's one thing I didn't check, was whether that was actually working. So yeah, it doesn't have that float left. Why not? So get the element by the ID. Okay. Could we say that this also has the class of spell, and then here we say minus equals selected, and here plus equals selected. Let's give that a go. So if we restart the server and do some electroning, let's have a see. Can we solve this issue? Nope, we haven't. Why is that? Util hand card spell, because I forgot to add the rule. So actually we should just check whether this contains the string, shouldn't we? How do I do that? Check if string contains JavaScript. Okay, so if dot index of selected is not equal to is equal to -1. So if the index of selected in the class name is -1, then it's not selected. Then we need to say not equal to -1 here. Okay, else we add it. That should work. Then CSS over here dot spell just gives you a float left. Okay, let's give this another go. Close both electrons and open them back up again. Right, and then this should fix it. We're there. Okay. So let's just double check then that clicking on everything works. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. This isn't doing what we expected. So if this item, so we get the class name of it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So we get its class name and we say if the index of the string selected is not -1. What does this bit actually mean then? So not equals to -1 means that it's actually in there. So you want to remove it. So what was actually happening here? We got not a number. Let's try that again. So test, log in, play game. Yep, that definitely just lost that. Class equals not a number. So we should just say here then class name dot splice at this position for space SELECTED 9. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can subtract that string, so that's why I'm just going to give something else a go here, because I think that's the issue. Welcome to the stream though, Nathan. Much appreciated for you popping by. Day 1 of Sorcerers. Okay. Document.getElementById.splice is not a function. Okay. So we can't seem to splice. And also it's kind of weird because our spell is always the first thing on the left, but I suppose that's what happens when all of these don't have the float left attribute. That's fine though. So .splice is not a function. So why don't we select name, and then we do here var name equals this, and then we do name.splice like that. Is splice the right thing? js.splice. I don't think I am doing this right. Yeah, that's the wrong thing. Remove part of a string JavaScript. Okay, so what we actually want to do then is get the class name. So var class equals var class name equals document.getElementById item ID dot class name. Then we want to split and pop. No, that's not really what I want to do. Oh right, okay. So we can do var class name dot replace selected with nothing. Ah, Google. Indeed, a programmer's best friend. Hopefully. That one just really bad. Alright, let's save this. Let's remove these. And this should... I've said this about 3 or 4 times now, but this should work. Right. I don't seem to have that working. Yay! So we want to replace space selected with nothing. And it doesn't let me. Can I just add an ID to it? IDs are unique. And what I'm trying to do is remove a class name from it. And I can't remember how I meant to do this. Okay then, remove a class JavaScript. I'm stupid. Okay. Apparently that's a function. Didn't know that. Today I learnt. Oh. .remove class is not a function. What? You just said it was. Oh, that's jQuery. Damn it. JavaScript remove class. No, I just want... So if we do have selected, I just literally want to remove the string. So var class name equals this class name dot remove class selected. Does that not work? I don't know why if it doesn't, because sites seem to be telling me it does. So I'm super confused. Yay! Test, play game. Why is it saying remove class isn't a function? Remove class is not a function. Because it's still giving me JavaScript, jQuery. Why is it still giving me jQuery? I've asked for JavaScript. What are you doing? God damn it. Apparently, this one might work as well. But no, my luck, it won't. Right. Anyway. Close both of you. Just load one of you back up. Because then we should still get back into a game. Remove is not a function. Why? Right. So apparently I can do if document.get element by ID item ID dot class name dot contains the string selected, I can then do remove selected. But I'm not sure that this is actually the case because everything else seems to be pointing to this not being possible. So yeah. Isn't this the most annoying thing possible? Answer is yes. Contains is not a function. Unless they're calling these functions. Okay. I'm a little bit confused, but screw it. What we'll do is we'll just change the ID, I guess. Well, no, that's not even going to work, is it? Well, what if we do then? If the item's class name is card. No. Then we say that the how do we just remove part of this though? So it does contain selected. Then how do we remove that? How did I do this before? Because this is driving me insane. What the hell? What? Hang on. So if document.getElementByID card so here we do document.getElementByID item ID. So var item is this, and then we say if item.classList.contains. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It's class list, not class name. Okay, so item.classList contains selected item.classList.remove selected. Okay. Okay, so that should now work. Instead of oh crap, why is Nightbot still here? Go away. Yeah, I think I've got it working, but why should I use let instead of for? Kanel de Uk. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Just out of interest, what is the use of let? I've not used it particularly. I've always used for loops. So this should now work. Okay. Yep, that works. And so we just have to do stuff now. So when we click confirm mulligan is not a function. I want to display this button in the middle more. Okay, that's working, thank you very much. Functional equivalent, possibly. Right. What am I trying to do? That button, confirm mulligan, should have a margin left of auto, a margin right of auto, and a margin top of calculate 50% minus 50 pixels. So if you not use the let keyword in front of the variable, it helps with closures, etc. Okay. That's definitely wrong. Why are you all the way down there? %. Okay. So if I literally just write let instead of for, is everything still going to work? I assume that would be the case. Right, so we just need to set that margin top of 20% instead. So 20%. And then we're going to set a line height of 100 pixels. No, you write. Oh, okay. So we would say, so for awesome. Thank you very much for that, Carol. I think I'm saying that wrong, but yeah, Carell or Carol. Welcome also, Naruto or 2. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. If you're new, this is the first stream of Sorcerers development, and if you want to hit follow, that would be greatly appreciated, as we will hopefully be streaming most days the development of the game. What was I trying to do here? Oh, text line center. text align center is part of the EXMA 2016. Ah, okay. Right, so now I just need to find every for loop in here. So every for loop I do, we'll do let for. Okay. Where's our other for loop here? 2015. Oh, I'm miles behind then, aren't I? I've not ever used that. So thank you very much for your help again. I'll probably be saying that for the rest of the evening now. Oh wow. Oh. Okay. That should be all of my for loops now. Okay, so I think that's everything, right? So we should be able to just do this now, and do this, and this. So test, log in. That's definitely not bad, Nathan. I'm using nothing really here apart from some node stuff, and I think it's quite educational. I think it's pretty good to build up from scratch on your own. Oh, this is trippy. Okay, confirm mulligans in good place. We're selecting these now. We just need to add that the dot selected, or the selected class, should have a border of 1 pixel solid green. Okay, restart the server. You do this, and there. If it's not web-based, I still don't know. I think it could be worth it. Okay, so we're gonna set this as like our mulligan phase, so I want to throw away all of these cards, let's say, and then we would confirm mulligan, except it doesn't work at the moment. Okay. Right. It's nice to hear other Brits. Yeah, game dev does seem to be lacking Brits. Not sure why. Right. So when we do the, where is it? It's in game, isn't it? I can't remember what I'm talking about, but I know it's in game. Confirm mulligan. Here we go. Right. So function confirm mulligan. What we're going to do here then is we're going to say document.get elements by class name, and we're going to get them by the class name card dot class list. Actually no, we shouldn't do that. That's possible. I also do believe that declaring an array as literal is faster than using the constructor. Okay, that might be something to consider then. Yeah, I might do that. I'll check that out later. Yeah, oh right, like that. So let the array equal that. Interesting. I'll write that down as something to look for. So let array name equal. Okay. Written down as something I need to check. Right. So when we confirm the mulligan, we're going to documents.getElements by class name card. So var card array is this, and then for let I is 0, I is less than card array dot length I plus plus. We're going to say if card array I, whoops, I'm going everywhere today. So if card array I dot class list dot contains selected, we're going to add this to an array. So let's say let cards to mul be an array, and then here we'll say, oh hang on, this should be an if statement. If this is true, if it contains selected, then we will add this to the cards mulligan. So card array okay, this is a bit trickier because this is going to take in both our two different hands. That'll be okay though, I think we can sort that out. Okay, so card array I, so we're going to push card array I. No, what we're going to do is we're going to say cards to mul dot push and document dot get element by class name. No. So this card array I is going to pass us the element there. So we should push card array I dot ID, and then we have all of the IDs of the cards. So we will say actually what we should do here, if it's selected, I'm driving myself around in a circle here. So if we push the ID of the card array, of the thing in the card array, we're going to get a list of different IDs. So that would be, for example, minion card 1, minion card 2, etc. So what we want to do is say that, okay, now we want to do for each of the items in the cards to mul, if the index of minions, right, So if the index of, right, so if cards to mul I dot index of minion, index of minion, type is minion, right? Yeah. The index of the word minion is not equal to -1, then we're going to add it to minions to mul. What on earth happened there? Just found a new way of changing what tab I'm on. Else we will do utils to mul dot push cards apologies, I don't know why Nightbot's still in here. I need to get rid of it. Includes, oh, that's for an array. If an array includes, is there anything wrong with what I'm doing? Is includes better than something? Oh, string includes, okay. Nothing's wrong with my way. Okay. This is just another way of doing things. Okay. Includes might be a different way of doing it. I'm trying to think why, where it's better used. It's quite interesting actually that it could be either way. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. What are we doing? Whoa. Welcome to the stream, Nether ITM. We're building a game. If you have a look below, you'll hopefully be able to see all of the information regarding the game, etc. So yeah, we're basically building up on the play game methodology of everything at the moment. It's a card game, and we're working on the mulligan phase at the moment. So we need to just add cards to mul I. Below looks like a lot of text. Yeah, apologies. Yeah, we're working on a card game. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So utils to mul dot push this. Okay. And then what we want to do then is send to the server each of these. What is this value though of cards to mul again? We're pushing the ID. So at the moment we're passing like minion card 0, minion card 1, minion card 2. So MINIONCARD. I think we should probably change what's in there, because we should only really be sending the number. So MINIONCARD. So we could splice that string. No, we can't splice a string. What am I talking about? We could just send the number through here, and that'll give us the position in the hand that this card is, because at the moment we've got a load of junk before it. Yeah, I guess that's what we can do. So what we want to do is we want to say, so var card equals that, and then we want to say push card dot split at minion card dot pop. I think that should work. And then here we just literally want to do this, and then do utils to mul, and then util card. I currently have a database and I'm using MongoDB. I've got most of the back end running at the moment, so I've worked on that off stream. So the back end is kind of functional. So I'm using like a server midware at the moment as well, which is already set up as well. So I believe this should work. Let's give it a go. Oh yeah. So what we should also do here is, before the end of this, we should do a socket.emit mulliganed cards, and we want to send the two arrays minions to mul and utils to mul. Okay, and then when we receive that, socket.on, what was it called? Mulliganed cards function minions to mul, utils to mul. Then we do socket handler dot show mulliganed, and we're going to pass that the socket, the minions to mul, and the utils to mul. Then over here, mulliganed cards is a function taking in the socket, the minions to mul, and the utils to mul. We're just going to then do console.log minions to mul and utils to mul. Okay, we've started the server. Let's start both clients now. So, one user logged in, two users logged in. Okay, so let's do this and this. Dot show mulliganed is not a function. Yep, that's right. Very true, server, very true. Okay. So yeah, you can see the MongoDB in action for here when we're logging in. That's actually MongoDB handling the login scripts, etc. 012 and 012. No way has this worked first time. So let's do 1 and then... This might not be 2 though. That's the only thing because of the spells, the way the spells are working at the moment. So this should send 0 and 2. That's the reason I am smiling. Oh yeah! Did not expect that to work first time. That's super cool that we got that working. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we are going to draw for the number of minions to mulligan and draw for the number of utils to mulligan. So where do we do the draw mechanic? Is that in game? Yeah. Right. So we are going to do game mech. Hang on. We should do a for loop here. So for everything in the minions to mulligan. So for let I equals 0, I is less than the minions to mull dot length I plus plus. We want to draw a card, send the card in this position in the hand back to the database, back to the deck, reshuffle the deck. Oh no, that would be afterwards. That would be like down here, decks. So if we do this, but for utils to mull, there we go. So we're going to draw a card. So that's just GameMex dot draw card, I think. I hope this is a... Oh, it's not a full function. It's not a public export right now. Okay. So that should still work though, I think. So draw card, we need user, the deck, and the number to draw. How are we going to find out which game this is from? That's interesting actually, isn't it? How do we know what game this is from? Because this needs to be the user. So we need to find a game in the game array where user 1 or user 2 is equal to the current socket. So we need to do another for loop here then. So we need to say if game array I dot user1 dot username is equal to socket dot username, or if game array I dot user2 dot username is equal to the socket dot username, then we return then we just make game ID equal, or so let's say for game no, that won't work, will it? So var game, does that work? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna say var game is nothing for now. Otherwise we say game is I. It should work. Okay. We'll have a see. So here then we let game equal I. Is that correct? So it gives us the position in the game array of the game where this user is. This is kind of a bad way of doing things if we ever get big. So we should really be assigning each game a random number ID, really. So we'll do that at some point, but for now we'll just leave it at this. So game is I, and then here then what we want to do, actually we shouldn't do this, else if okay. So this now gives us the correct user in the game array, so to speak. So that gives us the user here to pass into card draw and gives us stuff to do. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Right. So when we draw a card, we need user, we need the deck. So this is going to be user, the deck is going to be minion. I don't know if it's minion or minions. Draw card, minion, and then this should be util. Draw card from minion, and we need to do that for, well, we just need to do this once. Oh, now things get icky though. No, it doesn't. What we need to do is we need to set through this function, we need to say in which positions to put these. So when we card draw here, we should just do this in an array 0, 1, 2, and the same here, 0, 1, 2. And then here we need, no, this should just pass the first position in which to put it. In fact, if we just pass null when we don't need to, we can do it a different way. So here, position. Oh, we'll just pass the real string position here then. So what we'll do then is we'll say if, hang on, if our position is null, then we'll do this. No, if position is null, then we do this. Else we do, oh, welcome to the stream, and oh, thank you, Karel the Uck, I think. Welcome. Thank you for your help so far as well. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to put it in this position in the hand. So this is a position in the deck, which is fine to do. So actually, therefore, we should put it up here. The only other thing we need to do then is move this out of here. Otherwise, what we do is instead of push, we just do util hand position equals this. Okay. So if position is null, then we just put it in any position, else we will put it in a specific position. Okay. So basically all we need to do here then is just say if position is null, do this. Else we do user.minion hand position equals user.minion deck pos. Bit confusing with the positions and stuff there, but it makes sense. So when we are actually drawing a card here, we want to put this in a specific position, and that is minions to mul I. Oh. which gives us the number in our hand that we want to put this in. So what we want to do then is we want to say here that var card to replace equals minions to mul I, and actually I'm being stupid. We never needed to do any of this. What we needed to do, you'll love this, is just do minions to mul, hang on, is we need to do user dot hand in the position minions to mul I, so that's what this should be equal to, isn't it? I think. So this then makes it in the position here in the hand, it gives me that item, and then we say what? Well, we need to splice the user hand at this position. So user.hand.splice at the position minions to mul I for 1, and then we just literally put this into the array here, and that pushes that to the end. Then what we want to do is put this into an array. So let put back equal an array. We'll do put back dot push card to replace, and then we will do down here what are we going to do down here? So we're going to go through all of these putbacks. Put back minion, and then put back util, okay. So here we're going to do for let I equals 0, I is less than put back minion dot length I plus plus. We're gonna put this back into the minion array, into the deck, or the minion deck. We're gonna do put back we're gonna do user dot hand dot user dot minion deck dot push put back minion I, and then we're going to do the same for the util. Okay. So here we'll copy and we'll paste this. So user.hand, this isn't correct. This is minion hand, and this is util hand. Put back util dot push card to replace user dot minion hand and user dot util hand dot splice utils to mul and this should be utils to mul. And GameX, draw card, user util 1, and then we reshuffle the decks, and then we send them back to the user. Holy smokes! Oh, and then we do okay, and then we need to do socket.emit. Reload hand passing user dot minion hand and user dot util hand. And then reload hand over here. Okay. About a million things are about to break, so let's do that. That was, I'm fairly sure some pretty terrible coding, as I'm sure people will tell me. Right, we've got an issue here with draw card. Draw card is not defined. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Some epicness. Not quite what I was going for, but it's much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. I would not try to butcher your name, but if I tried to say it, I'm fairly sure I would sound like I was trying to. So we have this here. VStore. VStore? Welcome to the stream. So I can't call to this then, okay. What if I just done it the sneaky way and done this twice? Would that work? Okay, no issues as of yet. Okay, so we have an issue. Server socket handler line 129. That's all the way up here, are you serious? Game array is not defined. Oh no. Oh, okay. that might work. I wish there was a better way of me being able to show you my other monitor as well, so that you guys could see the errors I see. Because I guess it's a little bit like, is it going to work? And you have to play a waiting game to see. Game array is not defined again. Okay. Node. Atom 130. Game mex. Dot game array. So this needs to go in quite a few places. That should be about it. Okay. Now we'll probably just run into proper errors that are going to take ages to fix because I've done this so badly. Probably. Okay. Did I get nothing back? Oh no, I did. Hang on though. So here, load hands, what we need to do then is we need to say document.get element by ID, elements by class name hand. Fairly sure hand is a yeah. So we're doing where were I? I think I've lost what I was trying to do here. Cards, menus. You don't have menus open. No, that's not what we wanted. Client socket handler, here we go. So get element by ID, and we want to get this. Get what? No, we want to get elements by class name, and the class name is hand. So var hand equals this, and then we're going to say hand equals hand in the 0th position of the array because that's that, and actually no, yeah, and then we just do hands dot inner HTML equals nothing. Okay, let's restart everything again here. Right, I need to turn my light on soon. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. So we have a card here, but it's not showing up. What? That's really weird. Where is it? And is it the same? That's what I should check. Is that the same card that was there? So, grand, small, mediocre. Oh dear. Small, biggest, big. So that's already one issue. Here we've got, oh. We've got a lot of bad stuff. Okay. But why aren't these showing up? Okay, so they've basically just hidden behind the hand. So here then we just call load hands. Oh, okay. So what we actually need to do then, yeah, we need to delete both of our hands. So we need to do document.get element by ID game container dot remove child hands. What are our hands? Minion hand and util hands. What's this game going to have to set it apart from others? I've got to really show you in order to explain it, because I tried explaining it to a friend yesterday and they just got really confused. But the gameplay is a lot more slow styled, more thoughtfully. It makes you think a lot more than other card games, I think, at the moment, like the card games of the current iteration, so to speak. So yeah, I think the game differs there. As I say, it's difficult to try and show you without actually having the game to show you. So yeah, I do apologise for that, because it is kind of bad that I don't have a way of showing you at the moment. But basically you're going to come up against, like, I have my opponent's deck here. So my current user is Wes. I'm facing Test. So this is Test's deck. This one. Their minions. This would be. And I'm basically saying, hey, you're going to come up against my minions here. And I now am basically in control of Test's minions, and I'm going to set them different minions each turn to duel. Minions then that are killed in the duel will be summoned to the board. So you've basically got like this interactive aspect of, you don't just play a card, you have to literally summon it. You sort of take its soul, and you are a sorcerer, hence the name Soul Sorcerers, and you sort of summon it onto the board. So you have like this interaction before, so it kind of adds a bit more of an RPG style to the game, I think. But yeah, it's all something that's currently in development. Hopefully that all makes kind of sense and sounds interesting. And thank you very much to Neticulous for the host. Much appreciated, fella. Much appreciated. You're up to 24 viewers. That's quite a lot. Okay, so what am I trying to do? I'm trying to check whether this works, aren't I? Cannot read property, remove child of null. Main container. Minion hand and util hand. Cannot read property, remove child of null. So document.getElement by ID game container .remove child minion hand. Document.body.getElement by ID main container .remove child minion hand. I think I'm doing that wrong. Remove child JavaScript. Okay, so why? So if we can't do remove child, we basically just want to remove a div JavaScript. Oh, right, okay. Apparently it's just remove. Sorry, you asked another question as well, I think. The art style of the cards, I'm not actually sure at the moment. I'm leaving the artistic stuff for much further down the line. As in, like, close to beta / open beta. Since I'm not really an artist, as you can probably tell by the way that the game looks at the moment. So, it's something which I'll be considering in the future, though. And along the way. So, yeah. Thanks for popping by there, by the way. Zyra is so OP. She's not bad. She's a little bit powerful right now. Haha. We've done it. We have got a mulligan stage working. So we also just quickly though want to do copy, paste, and we want to remove the button. What's the button called? What is the button called? Load button, confirm mulligan. Confirm mulligan dot remove. So let's just triple check that that was working properly. So we're going to check from both users' perspectives. Okay, so we're going to leave the smaller minion and the shabby weapon. Okay, that actually removed it still. So at the moment then we're basically mulliganing back the whole hand, which is not supposed to be the case. What if I just click here, confirm mulligan? It keeps everything. So we've currently got a small issue there then. So we've got the issue that cards are being mulliganed when they shouldn't be. I think. Right. So if I just get rid of this grand minion, it gets rid of this whole hand. If I just get rid of one here, it gets rid of this all. Right. So we have that as a bug. Why is it that everything is now getting removed from the hand? So let's console.log minions to mul here, and then utils to mul dot length. So this will be server side. So this will then let me know where our issue kind of lies. So if I just mulligan that, it's set 1 and 0. So that was correct. And now if I try and mulligan here, let's say this one. Oh, that... Wait, was I just being stupid? That's always a possibility with me. I'm always unpredictably dumb sometimes. Hence why I said always sometimes. I wonder if I just thought everything was going, whereas it's just the graphical... Alright, so if I get rid of average minion, small and biggest, small and... Turns out, I'm a bit of an idiot, and I thought all of those were going away. Okay, so if we get rid of highest damage spell, we should have high damage and shabby. High damage spell and shabby. At least I'm stupid and not just like doing everything wrong in my code. So we're now finished the mulligan phase. We just need to make sure that the user isn't able to do anything until after the opponent has done stuffs. So we need to basically do... So when we emit reload hand, wherever we do that, find reload hand. Yeah, the light is pretty much gone. That's a good point. I go and turn the light on. It's so far to walk. I hate it. Right. Reload hand. My atom theme / colour schemes. Yeah, sure. Oh, I think my mouse must be running out of battery. Settings. So my UI theme is SETI, and my syntax theme is Ariake Dark. If that helps you. Satire. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for popping by. You are another one of the many that have joined us so far today on the first day of streaming Sorcerers. Right. So reload hand. Where are we emitting this from? So where do we find reload hand? Oh, no. One. Where? Okay. So what we want to do is say here right, so if hang on. When we create the users, we need to create also a ready status. So at the moment I'm going to set this to false by default. Whoops. Okay. Ready is false. Okay. So here what we're going to do then is we're going to say if So this here is going to give us user 1's information. I guess what we could do is say here ready equals GameMex dot game array I dot user 2 dot ready. Was that the right thing? Yep, I just need to put these in parentheses, not parentheses, quotes. So we've got this ready here, so we're going to say let ready. And we're going to do the same over here. If ready is false, we're going to do something. In fact, we can just submit ready. So this will basically tell us if our opponent is ready or not. Here I come. We could also just say here op is just equal to user2, and op is user1 here. And then we can say here op.ready. No, we shouldn't do that way. Okay. So if op.ready is true, we're going to emit this and say op.emit, op.socket.emit, right? op.socket.emit ready. So if this returns true here, so if this boolean returns true, then we will also call the start turn function. And then back over here, else we just do socket.emit, reload hand, user this basically, but we return false, and we just do user.ready equals true. And then we're going to say here then socket.on ready function start turn. Okay. I think that works. So when we call start turn, let's just do a quick thing here then. Function start turn is going to be a console.log starting, and then we'll check whether that works or not. Electron login. Okay. So see, we didn't get this here. Whereas if we do it now, starting, awesome. So I think what we'll also do is say load waiting for opponent, and what that will do, menus.js, load waiting for opponent is literally just going to create element div waiting for op null inner HTML of waiting for opponent null. Okay. Then here, waiting for opponent, or waiting for op even. Where is it? This here. It's going to have a width of 100%. No, it's not. We'll just display it in the middle of the screen, kind of like the button that we've done. I think it's probably going to be the best way of doing it. So we'll copy this and paste this here. We'll just remove that. And that should now work. So, also then when we do this, we should do document.get element by ID this, oops, no, waiting for op dot remove. Okay, let's give this a go. We should be pretty much there right now. Whoops. Okay, so that's mulligan there. Cannot read property append child of null. Where? Startup.js. Oh, I'm an idiot. Waiting for opponent. Main container null. Okay. And let's do it like thus. Test test, play game, where's test, login, play game. Right. So let's keep, well, that's actually decent. We'll do that. Waiting for opponent looks a bit crazy. So we'll probably just change like the text and the line height for that. So set line height to 50. It's probably the way we'd do that. And let's just triple check that that's going to work as I'd hoped. It's not, because I've not got margin left auto, margin right auto, margin top 20%, save, and let's do this. Okay. That's actually a really good hand. There we go. So we now got waiting for opponent on this screen. And then when we go through it on this screen, this is a terrible hand and this isn't great. There we go. And it's also removed it from this screen. Okay. So basically, we're now at the point of starting the user's turns. But I think that's just about going to do it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been such a lot of support today on the stream. If you haven't already, don't forget to follow the channel on Twitch, and also if you want to on Twitter, at Sorcerers on Twitter as well. We'll be back live tomorrow at probably around about 10 AM. So I hope to see you then. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.